gorgeous day here in downtown Minneapolis. A threat of rain, but so far so good as the Twins and the Rays get set to play the third game of this four-game weekend series. Right now split a game apiece. A couple of hot hitters to take a look at in this series. Evan Longoria, a 7-game hitting streak. He's homered in each of the first 2 games of this series, and right now on pace for a career best in both home runs and extra base hits. The Rays' third baseman. On the other side, Joe Mauer, a mainstay here in Minnesota for so many years. The reigning American League Player of the Week. He homered in all 3 games in a recent road trip to Seattle, and no surprise, Mauer went to the opposite field for all 3 home runs. So glad you could join us inside gorgeous Target Field. Aaron Goldsmith alongside Brian Anderson. And Brian, both these teams struggling out of the gate. Inconsistent. These teams trying to get this month off to a better start.
Yeah, and for the Twins, take advantage of the schedule. 15 of the next 18 games are here at home at Target Field. And I'm going to tell you something right now. This Twins team playing very well here, much better here than they have been. So they need to take advantage of that schedule. Sometimes some familiarity and some consistency can go a long way to getting things back on track for this team. The Twins will be banking on that, and they'll certainly have that here over the next 3 weeks. For the Rays, winners of the game last night, they will be looking to starting pitcher Matt Andriese to keep it rolling here this afternoon. Matt Andriese has been fantastic for the Rays since coming up on May the 8th, and 5 starts pitching to a 2.36 earned run average. He will be a handful for that Twins lineup here this afternoon.
We take a look at Brad Miller, Logan Morrison, a couple of hot bats right now for Tampa Bay. It's not just Evan Longoria. The Rays, one of the best home run hitting teams in all of baseball, and Brad Miller leading off today for the first time this season and the first time since July of last year. He'll be followed by Longoria, then Logan Morrison, who has completely turned his season around. He also has a 7-game hitting streak. Pierce and then Corey Dickerson getting the start. Steven Souza Jr. looking to get things going offensively, just batting under 200 over his last 10 games. Mikey Montook is in center field. Hank Conger, the switch-hitting catcher, batting 8th, and Tim Beckham getting the start today, batting 9th at second base, as we take a look at the righty Urban Santana.
Urban Santana making his 10th start of the season. Not a whole lot to show for it. A 1-4 record, a 4.13 earned run average, and kind of indicative of his season was his last outing. That was against the Oakland Athletics. He went 7 innings, gave up 3 earned runs, struck out 5 in a losing effort. Let's take a look at that Minnesota Twins defense and see how they're going to line up behind Urban here this afternoon. In the outfield, left to right, we have Robbie Grossman, Byron Buxton, and Max Kepler. And across that infield, third to first, Trevor Plouffe, Eduardo Nunez, Brian Dozier, and Byung-Ho Park with Juan Centeno behind the plate.
Now, Nunez has been a fantastic surprise in what has otherwise been a disappointing year for the Twins in many ways, but Nunez has taken over the leadoff spot. Now the starting shortstop for the Twins as well, and Paul Molitor. Very complimentary to what Nunez has done, especially considering the fact that he began the season on the bench. Well, Paul Molitor, now his 2nd season, the Hall of Famer, one of the all-time great hitters in the game, Brian.
Well, listen, I mean, Paul Molitor, very frank with us as we sat down and talked to him about this team. Said that he was a realist. He was, and I'll tell you, he was one heck of a ball player.
There is Brad Miller to lead things off. Batting right now a season-high 250. As Santana comes home with the first pitch strike. Now, the Twins winning last night. It was Brad Miller with the go-ahead RBI in the 8th inning. And he's behind 0-2.
And I'll tell you what, hitters for both teams this afternoon come up to the plate ready to hit, because Urban Santana and Matt Andriese are going to set the pace.
Santana making his 10th start of the season. High the opposite way. This will give Grossman some exercise, but it stays 0-2. You look at the struggles this year, Brian, for the Twins and their rotation. Last in the American League, 29th in baseball. Only Rocky starters have a higher earned run average. The Twins right now over 5.25, and yet Santana, the best of the bunch, at least numerically, an ERA just a little above 4.
Well, and when you're talking about an entire staff where the starting rotation has that kind of an ERA, it puts your team in a hole right out of the gate. Urban Santana, like you said, he has been the best of the bunch, but not a whole lot to show for with just that 1 win through 9 starts.
Count goes to a ball and 2 strikes to Miller.
The thing I like about Urban Santana, he makes things and keeps things very simple. He works quickly. He works with the fastball, the slider, and the changeup. And he, much like you're going to see with Matt Andriese, they're in attack mode from pitch 1.
Santana, 33 years old, out of the Dominican Republic. Now in his 12th season in the big leagues. An all-star back in 08. And Miller making him work to begin the ball game today. Two and two. Now the Rays winning last night, that snapped a season-long 5-game losing streak as we look at this location.
This fastball up and away, trying to get Brad Miller to chase after it, maybe get the call. Does not happen.
There comes a 2-2. Down on strikes.
He was able to come back and get Brad Miller there with the slider, one that he would probably like back, one that Brad Miller would probably like to take another shot at. Just kind of hangs there in the middle of the plate, but that swing just a hair underneath that pitch.
Miller made him work for it. 8 pitches to get that strikeout. As now Santana faces Evan Longoria. Now we were just talking about Longoria, Brian. Hits in 12 of his last 14, including home runs in back-to-back games.
Well, listen, right now he's got a well-defined strike zone. He's not chasing, and pitches out over the plate, he's not missing them either. He is crushing mistakes.
It's funny, historically, Longoria had not had great numbers here inside Target Field. Just 1 home run in his first 19 games played at this beautiful ballpark, and now home runs both Thursday night and last night as well.
And it doesn't make any sense either, because the Rays historically have played very well in this ballpark. Best record of any ballpark in the American League, and usually when the Rays are winning, Evan Longoria is involved.
Kevin Cash now in his 2nd season. The opposite way. Kepler coasting and reaching out to make the catch.
I think that ball slicing away a little bit from Max Kepler. You don't realize how much movement was on it, because you're right, Aaron. It looked like he was coasting, and at the last minute needed all of his reach to make that catch.
Kepler recently recalled from AAA Rochester.
Getting that jump, thinking he's got it under control, and then down there by the knees.
Santana retires the first 2 minutes, strikeout, a fly ball out to right, now facing Logan Morrison, who has come back from the dead, Brian.
I mean, the turnaround for Logan Morrison has been astounding, to get that average back up to near 250. I mean, he was under 100 for the better part of April, almost into May. And then really, he didn't have an RBI until the middle of May. When the team went to Toronto on the road, he was able to pick up an RBI in the middle of that series and has not looked back, and he's been swinging the bat very well.
Little squibber, Santana with the bare hand. Long fastball over to first base, and the side is retired in order by Santana. We go to the bottom of the first, scoreless. Lineup here today for Game 3 of the series. It's Eduardo Nunez, the shortstop, with an inside the park home run on Thursday night in Game 1 of this series. Joe Mauer, the reigning American League Player of the Week, will DH. Brian Dozier is at second base, trying to turn things around in this young season. Trevor Plouffe on the hot corner. Robbie Grossman, a very pleasant surprise for Twins fans, is in left field as Nunez leads off, facing Matt Andriese.
Matt Andriese making his 6th start of the season. He was recalled on May the 8th, and the number's outstanding, 3-0 with a 236.
Count levels at 1-1.
And you got to work. You got to work to get something in between Santana and Andriese because they get it and they throw it.
Good problem to have. You can see the average now on Nunez, 328, 5th in the American League, now that he has enough at-bats to qualify, and that'll help him out. Third pitch of the at-bat, Nunez up the middle for a base hit.
Well, let's take a quick look at the Rays defense and see how it's going to line up here this afternoon behind Matt Andriese. In that outfield left to right, we have Corey Dickerson, Mikey Matuk, and Steven Souza Jr. And across the infield, third to first, Evan Longoria, Brad Miller, Tim Beckham, and Logan Morrison, with Hank Conger behind the plate.
Conger and Andriese, a quick chat. Funny how things worked out for Kevin Cash and the Rays this year, not needing a 5th starter for over the first month of the season and into the second month.
Listen, this is a team that had an off day every week for the first 7 weeks of the season. In fact, there was 1 week they had an off day on a Monday and a Thursday. And so they were able, they had that ability to only use 4 starters, but you're going to pay for that at some point down the road, and that's starting right now for the Rays.
So Andriese with AAA Durham to begin the season. There goes Nunez. Miller with the tag, not in time. 10th steal of the season for Nunez, and right away a runner in scoring position.
Well, this has been an issue for the Rays, controlling the running game, and Hank Conger in particular. Better this year, but Nunez with a good jump, comes up throwing, and really wasn't close at all.
And historically, Conger has not had success controlling the running game. A single has turned into a double, and here is Joe Mauer with an 0-1 count.
And that'll be something to look at all afternoon, because with as much speed as the Twins have sprinkled throughout their lineup, and as quickly as they sent Nunez in this at-bat, you know that part of the game plan is going to be to try and run.
Mauer batting .277 on the season. The opposite way, well in front of Dickerson, and Nunez held at third. But we saw the right fielder Souza shaded to the gap in right center field, and there's good reason why. Mauer is opposite way all day.
Yes, I mean, Joe Mauer has that inside out approach. You know, balls that are middle in, he'll turn on them occasionally, but he likes to stay up the middle. This is a breaking ball. Look how he stays inside of it, head down, and just shoots that ball into left field. So proficient at that, and so hot right now. And some trouble here for the Rays already here in the first.
Runners on the corners. It was Nunez who got things going with the single up the middle. It brings in Brian Dozier, an all-star second baseman last year. 28 home runs a season ago for the Twins, their leadoff man. He's been taken out of that spot this year, today batting third.
Well, Brian Dozier, a fly ball hitter. Matt Andriese would like nothing more than a ground ball right here and try to get a double play. But with the Rays' defensive shift, that's going to be interesting as they move everybody to the left of second base. You've got Tim Beckham right here, Brad Miller right there. So any kind of a turn takes some nifty footwork.
Goes after the 1-0 pitch. Nunez coming down the line. He scores, throw to first, and it's in time to nab Dozier. But an RBI ground out, and the Twins right away lead things 1-0.
Not exactly sure that the Twins envisioned Brian Dozier driving in a run quite like this, but a ball right off the end of the bat. Absolutely no play to be made at home plate. It's only Hank Conger at first base. He's got to avoid the bat, make the throw.
and pushes Mauer into second base. So 1 out and 1 on. Now facing Trevor Plouffe, the Twins' third baseman. Andriese, now 26 years old. He's from Redlands, California, about 60 miles east of LA. Making today just his 14th career start. But has been very successful so far this season. Made his 2016 debut on Mother's Day.
He made that out in Orange County against the Angels. Family able to attend, threw the ball very well. 7 innings, 1 earned run, picked up a win. Actually won his first 3 starts out of the gate for the Rays.
It's been almost nothing but quality starts for Andriese.
And getting deep into games, something that Kevin Cash and Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, have put an emphasis on for this starting rotation. Got to help out the bullpen a little bit, be a little bit more efficient, and get deep into games, something Andriese has been able to do. And he comes into this ball game averaging just 14 pitches an inning, which is outstanding.
About as good as it gets. It's now 1 and 2 on Plouffe.
Yeah, the benchmark is 15, and for a lot of guys, that's even hard to make. To be down there at 14, 5 starts in, and it's no fluke because he really doesn't mess around with hitters. He attacks, tries to put you away early.
Mauer a single, then moved over to second base on the RBI groundout from Dozier. Tight to the line, Longoria gobbles it up. And there's out number 2. Mauer has to stay put, 2 down, and that brings in Robbie Grossman. Robbie Grossman up to a fantastic start. Today just his 15th game. Began the season on the Indians AAA roster in Columbus. He looks at strike 1.
Well, here's the thing. You just never know when opportunity is going to strike. And, you know, as we talk to Paul Molitor, and he talks about trying to find the right combination for this ball club, for this lineup. Robbie Grossman off to a tremendous start.
We just saw the numbers there, B.A. Andriese, one of his great strengths this year has been pitching with runners in scoring position. So interesting that we see the Twins cash in right away with the runner at third base.
Well, you know, and those numbers are bound to you come back to the mean at some point. But you're right. He's able to bear down, get the ball to the proper spots, and get the kind of contact that he's looking for.
Keeping an eye on Mauer. And a 1-2 count to Grossman.
He's pitched, you know, in all those tight situations. You think about runners in scoring position. You think about putting a guy away when you get 2 strikes on him, and you think about 2 outs in an inning. I mean, he's a finisher. He is an absolute finisher.
Has made Kevin Cash and Jim Hickey very happy in his first 5 starts. Two balls and 2 strikes to Grossman. The story this year for Robbie Grossman, you think about his career, 3 years with the Astros, hit beneath 250 with Houston, began this season in AAA with the Indians before he opted out of his contract, was acquired by the Twins, went to AAA Rochester for a day before being called up to Minnesota, and has been fantastic for Paul Molitor since coming up here to Target Field.
And just think about the difficulty of fitting in different clubhouses. You know, bouncing around like that, and all of a sudden, like you said, you're in Rochester for a day, then you're in the big leagues, new teammates, a whole new environment, an atmosphere, manager, culture, uniform, the whole thing, and he's just come out swinging. Acting like he may like it here.
Signed by the Twins less than a month ago. The 2-2 from Andriese, and he gets him looking. Now Grossman not pleased with it, but a fastball, and that will leave Mauer at second. A run in. Twins lead 1-0. Giving Irvin Santana a run of support as we start the top of the second. Santana worked his way through the Rays' top 3 hitters fairly easily in the first. And it's Steve Pearce to look at ball 1. Now Pearce back in the lineup for the first time in a little while. His first start of the month. He's been out, at least relegated to pinch hitting because of some elbow tendonitis. So Kevin Cash happy to have him back and at least healthy enough to get in the starting lineup.
Well, Steve Pearce has been, one of those hitters for the Rays that early on a lot of time against left-handed pitching, getting more as he's been productive, and the Rays looking for more offense, seeing time against righties now, and he's a guy that's a real spark plug for this team. Plays the game hard, plays the game the right way, and Kevin Cash picking his spots to make sure he keeps him in that lineup and keeps him active. And that majority of that damage done against lefties, but even the right-handers holding his own.
Goes around to make it 1-2.
And you worry about the elbow on swings like that. An awkward swing by Steve Pearce.
Santana with 1 strikeout, looking for his second. There comes his 1-2. And he gets it. Hey, BA, how about a look at your keys to the game for this one today?
Well, you know what? Let's take a look at the keys of the game for the Minnesota Twins. Actually, we'll start with the Tampa Bay Rays. Situational hitting. This is an area that Kevin Cash wants this team to get better at. He feels that they've become far too reliant on the long ball, 3rd in the American League in home runs, but a better job of moving guys, putting the ball in play, putting pressure on a defense has been an emphasis here really the last week for Kevin Cash and the Rays. And for the Minnesota Twins in their lineup, it's find the right combination. This is the 55th game of the season for the Twins, and they have used 51 different lineups. So Paul Molitor still trying to find the right combination, especially with Miguel Sano out with the hamstring.
First pitch misses to Dickerson. Now you mentioned the home runs and the strikeouts for the Rays and Kevin Cash's thoughts of that. It sounds as though, BA, a recent sweep in Kansas City really opened up some Rays' eyes.
Well, the Kansas City Royals, they put pressure on you all the time. They don't walk a lot, they don't strike out a lot, they don't hit a lot of home runs, but what they do is they're very aggressive. They put the ball in play, they put a lot of pressure on the defense, and there were a couple of games in that series where there were not hard hit balls, but they were finding holes. They continued to move runners. They just really opened the eyes to these Rays on especially Kevin Cash, saying, hey, we got to do a better job of, runner on second, nobody out. Let's move him to 3rd. Let's get him in instead of taking a couple of strikeouts, and then he's left stranded. And the Rays have not been very good. Actually, both of these teams, their batting average with runners in scoring position very, very low, and the Rays with the fewest opportunities with runners in scoring position.
Well, Kevin Cash was very outspoken about it, and so was Chris Archer, who faced Kansas City, and his post-game comments basically said along the lines, BA, that the Rays could learn a thing or two. And let's face it, there are a lot of teams who could from the Royals.
The energy level. First of all, that team brings the energy each and every inning, and they're relentless, and they keep pressure on. And pressure, you keep it on long enough, and you'll break through. And that's what they did. And I think it really opened the eyes of the Tampa Bay Rays, the players and the staff, on what kind of team they want to be.
Steven Souza Jr. on deck. Now impressive that the Royals in first place in the Central despite a number of injuries early on this season, including losing Moustakas for the whole year. Off the mound and behind second, Nunez with a sling on to first. Now number 2.
Defensive positioning. I mean, that used to be something off the bat that you just assumed, a ground ball, hard hit up the middle for a base hit. But now with all of these shades and shifts, you start to take those hits away.
And that seems to be the hit that has been erased more than anything else.
There's no question about it, because whether you're in a full shift or just a shade, you're going to have that shortstop second baseman around second base, somewhere in the vicinity. So those hard hit balls up the middle, they got a chance to make a play on. Never had that before. Got by the pitcher, was a hit.
Souza looks at strike 1. Souza trying to turn things around a little bit. Just 1 extra base hit his last 10 games with 17 punch-outs. An appeal he does not go. As Will Little, our first base umpire today.
And in talking with Kevin Cash, he said he wanted to see Steven Souza Jr. continue to be aggressive, cut the swings loose.
One and two. Now Souza, at one time a Washington National. In fact, his final act in a Nationals uniform was that miraculous catch in game 162 a couple of seasons ago to secure Jordan Zimmerman's no-hitter against Miami. And then dealt to Tampa Bay. Strike three call, a fastball that ran in on him. And Santana has sat down in the first 6. Twins with an early 1-0 lead as we open up the bottom of the second. It'll be Byung Ho Park to lead off. Andrews comes home missing up high. Park, 29 years old, from South Korea, his first year in the majors. Signed this offseason by the Twins. Had some prolific home run seasons in Korea. 4 straight 30-plus homer years in Korea, including back-to-back 50-plus homers each of the last 2 years. He's behind 1-2.
I mean, that impressive numbers really at any level. You know, as he makes the transition now here to Major League Baseball, maybe a little bit more velocity than he was used to seeing in South Korea, still making that transition. Sometimes gets caught a little bit in between. But when you put up the kind of numbers that he has, he will adapt, and he will be one of those threats that you make a mistake out over the plate and he'll make you pay in a big way.
The 2-2. Park with 9 home runs on the season. It's been a while since his last, but BA, take a look at this one. Mid-April against the Angels, and this was crushed.
I mean, dead center field. The reaction of Joe Smith told you everything that you needed to know. Didn't even think about turning around because that ball was absolutely obliterated.
Well, that was a huge series for the Twins. They began the season 0-9 before sweeping the Angels here at home, and you thought that the Twins were really going to show some signs of turning things around, but have regressed some since that sweep of the Angels, as Park is down on strikes.
Well, climb the ladder a little bit when you have a hitter at the plate that has a tendency to get caught in between the fastball and the breaking ball. You're going to go heater late, you're going to go heater up. And this one running in and right over the swing, just barely a foul tip into the glove of Hank Conger.
That brings in Max Kepler. He was recalled recently when Miguel Sano was placed on the disabled list with a hamstring injury. Suffered that back in Oakland. Right as Sano looked like he was beginning to really heat up for the Twins.
Well, a team that's looking to get back on track, and you have Miguel Sano go down, who leads the team in home runs, runs batted in, and runs. That's a tough ask, but Max Kepler up here, you know, he's got deceiving speed, can run a little bit.
What they said about UBA, deceiving speed?
Well, I got the pinch run every now and then, National League. Didn't want to waste anybody with real speed, so they would use the deceiving speed to pinch run.
2-1.
That was the best part of playing in the National League, the opportunity to wear spikes every single day of the week.
I can tell you enjoyed that.
I did.
Out to center field, but playable. Matuk. And the gap for round number 2. First 2 men set down. Well, in 2 weeks, the greatest golfers in the world converge on the historic Oakmont Country Club for the 116th U.S. Open Championship. Live coverage begins Thursday, June 16th on FS1 and continues through the final round on Sunday, June 19th on Fox. Or you can watch the entire tournament live on Fox Sports Go. 2 up, 2 down from Andres, now facing Centeno, the catcher, who has a hit in each of his last 3 starts. Kurt Suzuki getting the day off. Now we saw Matuk in center field, Brian, and needless to say, one of the biggest losses to any team this season. Kevin Kiermaier gone for about 6 to 8 weeks or so for the Rays because of a fractured left hand.
I mean, it's a terrible blow for this team, and you know he's a guy that brings a ton of energy each and every day. His defense, best defender in the game. I mean, he gets to balls. You just can't imagine the amount of ground that he covers. And you know, like I said, the energy that he brings, the energy coming out of the batter's box. The guy never has a bad day, plays the game hard, plays the game well. And when we asked Kevin Cash about that, when you asked him, is there a direct correlation? How about the look that he gave?
Oh, he gave a fantastic look. Like, are you kidding me?
Of course there is. Brings so much to the table, so many intangibles on top of the fact that he's a heck of a player.
Forget the Gold Glove. He won the Platinum Glove for the league's best defender. The 0-2 to Centeno makes it 1-2.
Well, such an important position too. You think about Kevin Kiermaier in center field. You think about Logan Forsythe at second base. Up the middle defense, up the middle production.
Well, some very key injuries. You look at the big 3 here. You mentioned Forsythe, hit by a pitch in Seattle in the early part of the season. Expected to be back around June, and then we already mentioned Kiermaier. How about Brad Boxberger?
You got to feel for Brad Boxberger. You know, he hurts himself coming out of spring training, misses the first couple of months of the season, and then he comes back and 16 pitches into an outing, he hurts the oblique and has to leave again. And who knows how long that turns out to be that he misses. But you've got to really feel for Brad Boxberger. This is a guy who led the American League in saves last year with 41.
A huge loss. Both these teams without their closer right now, at least their projected opening day closer. Both on the disabled list. Off-speed pitch gets Centeno looking, and Andres picks up his 3rd strikeout. It all starts here, the 2016 Major League Baseball Draft. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Thursday on MLB Network and MLB.com. Phillies will have the #1 pick. The Reds and the Braves to follow. This is Matuk leading off the top of the 3rd inning. What a start it has been in the first 2 innings, BA, for Ervin Santana. He struck out 3 of the first six hitters that he's faced.
What I like about what he's doing here this afternoon, it all starts with fastball command. I mean, he is commanding that ball on both sides of the plate. He's throwing with conviction, and so often when you do that, the secondary pitches will fall in line, and that's exactly what's happened with that slider. You know, he threw that one little bit of a hanger to Brad Miller to pick up a strikeout, but since then he has kept that pitch out of the middle of the plate.
Off the hands and foul.
And that's what I'm talking about. That fastball right there, they want that fastball in. You see a lot of right-handed pitchers trying to go in on a right-handed hitter, and they don't get it there. Almost afraid to hit the guy, but he's been able to execute that pitch. That opens up the outer half.
Gets him swinging, 4th strikeout.
That's it right there. Just a perfect setup right there. The fastball up and in, go to the slider down and away and pick up another strikeout. And here's Ervin Santana. We're 2 1/3 innings into this ball game. That was the one slider he'd probably like to have back. He's still got a strikeout out of it. Great depth on the one to Steve Pearce. Fastball gets Steven Souza Jr. looking, and then after a fastball up and in, how about that slider to put Mikey Matuk away? Very sharp.
First pitch to Hank Conger, clubbed high right field of the big wall. Kepler will only watch it go. Conger's 2nd home run of the season. He jumps on the first pitch, and we are all tied up.
Like I said, Aaron, very sharp. The one mistake he makes with the fastball, Hank Conger, a very good fastball hitter, and he sees a pitcher out there commanding that pitch. So you go up, probably looking for a first pitch heater, something out over the plate. Let's see if he makes a mistake. He did, and he made him pay. Trying to go down and away with that fastball, and he ends up above the belt, middle of the plate.
Off the bat of Beckham, playable. Byron Buxton for round #2. Coming into today, only one team in baseball had a higher percentage of runs scored, Brian, via the home run ball than the Rays, and that's the New York Mets. You can see over 50% of the Rays runs this year have come leaving the park.
Yeah, and when you talk to Kevin Cash about that, his reaction is interesting. He's like, well, we love the home run. We love scoring runs. But that kind of percentage it's just not sustainable to winning games. It'll lead to a lot of games where you score a lot of runs, but it will also lead to, you know, the home run. You just cannot keep pounding them out night after night. You run into a dry spell, and if that's the only way that you can score runs, you're going to find yourself in a little bit of a losing streak.
1-1 to Brad Miller, back to the top of the order. Now, before the home run from Conger, Miller really had the best at bat for the Rays first time through. 8 pitches, did strike out on an off-speed pitch, but made Santana work for it.
Like a true leadoff man. Show everybody his arsenal on the bench. Fight off some pitches.
Miller led off quite a bit his rookie season with the Mariners back in 2013. About 70 times he led off. But today leading off for the first time of the season and the first time since July of last year.
That may have been the first changeup that we've seen from Ervin Santana here this afternoon, and that was a good pitch. Well, Brad Miller, you know, we talk about the turnaround of Logan Morrison. Brad Miller can get in line too. He's been the same kind of guy.
Once again out to Byron Buxton. Easy play here. And that ends the top of the 3rd. A run in, the solo homer from Conger. We're all tied up. Hank Conger's second home run of the season has tied this game up as Buxton jumps on the first pitch and yanks it foul. Buxton allowed strike one.
And then if you're Matt Andriese, any pitcher really, you get a shot like that hit off you, that's the mindset. Long strike one. Try to get back to a better spot.
Quickly 0-2.
Going to run that ball right away from Byron Buxton. And he's the type of hitter that as the at-bat moves along, he will expand his zone. So I'd expect them to stay off the plate here once again.
And he does. Well, Buxton this year on the opening day roster for the Twins for the first time, but then optioned down to AAA Rochester. When Danny Santana was injured for the second time with his second hamstring injury, Buxton was recalled. Right now riding a career best 5-game hitting streak. And that hitting streak extended last night very early on with this triple, and you love to watch Byron Buxton run.
I mean, a long strider. You know, Paul Molitor was talking about the fact that he does not break stride. He just continues on so smooth. Didn't even need to slide there. That was should have been a stand-up triple. What an athlete.
They go off the plate again, missing 2-2. Buxton leading off the Twins' third inning. And play to Miller, a bobble, barehand recovery, and Buxton is too fast.
Well, with Byron Buxton going up the line, there can be no hiccups. He reaches out, pulls that ball with some authority to the left side. Brad Miller ranging to his left, and once this ball is not fielded clean, there's no chance to get him. He does make a nice recovery tracking it down, but forget it with Buxton's speed. That ball was hit hard enough that it hit the heel of Brad Miller's glove, and he was not able to squeeze it into the pocket.
Miller's 6th error in his last 15 games. First year now with the Rays.
You know, and that was an issue early on. He's spring training, and something that the Rays, Tom Foley, infield coach, and the Rays bench coach out there working on it with him throughout spring training. Things settled down there for a while, but as you just pointed out, recently it's started to pop up again.
Well, that allows a leadoff base runner with tremendous speed. To the top of the order here is Nunez, who singled and has scored the lone run of the game so far for the Twins.
And keep your eye on Buxton. The way they sent Nunez, this game tie again.
That's exactly what Andriese does. Playing catch with Logan Morrison over at first.
Paul Molitor sent the message loud and clear early on. You know, Eduardo Nunez based it up the middle. First pitch, he's gone. So anybody that can run, he's going to try and run against this battery here of Andriese and Conger. And I'll tell you something else. Matt Andriese has had an issue with the balk. That's another reason to try and push the envelope against Matt Andriese. He had 5 balks in the minor leagues before coming up to the Rays, and since he's been with the Rays in the 5 starts prior to today, 3 balks, tied for the lead in the American League.
That's a ton.
You see how when he comes set, he's got like a little leg kick right there.
You make anything of that? The leg kick?
I've never seen it before. Not quite like that. And that actually is quieted down to what it used to be. It almost looked like he came set twice. Like he almost was getting ready to pitch and then comes set and then the leg goes up and he delivers to home plate. He's modified that to get it to this point. But you'll see it right here as he comes up. A little tap and then back down.
There goes Buxton. And Conger's thrown out nearly in time. Second steal today for the Twins.
And that's going to be an issue here this afternoon with these two out there with Andriese and Conger, because both of the stolen bases by Nunez and Buxton, you see the jump, they're not even close. I mean, the throw, there's no chance of getting Buxton. In fact, he's the second base before the ball's into the glove of Tim Beckham.
Well, Andriese made 4 moves over to first base as Buxton gets his 3rd steal of the year and his first since April, his first go around with the Twins this year. So Andriese pitching with a runner behind him for the second time in the first 3 innings. A bunt. Andriese with the bare hit has no play as Nunez reaches on a bunt base hit. He's 2 for 2.
Well, and I'm going to tell you something. The route that Nunez took coming out of the batter's box, he was way inside the line in the grass. And as he started to peel back towards first base, when Matt Andriese got to that ball, there was no place to throw it except right into his back. Watch Nunez come out of the box. He gets out and around the ball. Now as he heads up the line, where's Matt Andriese going to throw this? No target.
So runners on the corners for the second time already today for the Twins. Nobody out, 2 on for Mauer, who has been one of the best over the course of his career in these situations. All time against the Rays. Nobody better.
And how impressive are those numbers from all those guys when you think about the pitchers that the Rays have run out over the course of Mauer's career and everybody else.
A team built around pitching historically. 1-1.
Joe Mauer, one of those hitters, you know, he goes up to the plate with a plan. He's very selective. He has tremendous bat control, and he's a guy that you've got to stay out of patterns with. I mean, you just cannot continue to pitch him the same way or stay on the same side of the plate, or he'll wear you out.
Buxton at third, Nunez at first.
And he may wear you out anyway.
Twins a chance to take the lead. Mauer, a 6-time All-Star, 3-time batting champ, AL MVP back in 2009 when he slugged nearly 30 home runs, which has not been a part of his game historically, especially here at the new ballpark.
And that's what makes it so surprising. In his last, week and a half, 11 games or so, 4 of his 6 home runs on the season, and like you pointed out, all of them to the opposite field. Shows you he's strong enough.
That's his swing. And the dirt. And the count goes to 3-1 on Mauer. Among active hitters in baseball, only Miguel Cabrera better with runners in scoring position than Joe Mauer.
Clutch, slow your breathing, have a plan, know what the pitcher's trying to do against you, and then go out there and execute it. There's a lot of guys that go to the plate with a good plan, and 2 pitches in, that thing is scrapped and they're swinging at anything. You kick up the rosin bag and they take a hack at it.
Nobody out and runners on the corners. There goes Nunez. Montook now to his right. Who's got it? It falls in Dickerson's glove. Buxton easily scores. A sac fly by Mauer. And he drives in the go-ahead run.
Well, able to get that ball into the outfield in the 3-1 count. I think if you're the Rays, you breathe a little bit easy because that was a bad count in a bad situation, and you got Mauer to fly out. The Rays would like to see a little better communication in the outfield. It really didn't matter because you're not going to throw Buxton out, either one of those guys, Dickerson or Montook, but you're going to be out there all afternoon. Let's get some communication.
Leadoff error comes around to score. One out and 1 on for Brian Dozier. Keeping an eye on Nunez, who already has 1 steal today. Now Dozier now with hits in 8 of 9 games since being sat down on a recent road trip at Kansas City. Dozier has looked at the shift almost all season long, if not in basically every at-bat this year. Right now batting just .207. Has consistently tried to pull the ball even with the shift on. And
that's a recipe for, you'll get your occasional home run, but your average is going to languish, because pitchers and scouting reports, they know that that's what you're trying to do. So what are they going to do? They're going to pitch you away all day long. And if they're able to execute their pitches, you're going to hit right into the teeth of that defense each and every time. That's why they've been working with Brian Dozier to try to make him a more complete hitter, to use the other side of the field, make that defense have to play more honest.
Nunez taken off for the second time. It is second steal.
It's going to happen all day long. I mean, the Minnesota Twins with this combination are just going to continue to run guys. Anybody that can run will run in this ball game. And all of these bases have been stolen rather easily.
So Nunez with 2, Buxton with 1 earlier in this inning. First 3-steal game of the season for the Twins. And it's happened here in the 3rd inning. So an RBI chance here for Dozier. Slow breaking ball misses to make it 2-1. Well, Dozier last year a career year, an all-star for a reason, especially his first half. But overall, a season ago, 28 home runs, 77 RBIs, a career high in hits as well. Ever since the All-Star game, though, batting just over 200.
And there was that pitch, what we were just talking about. This slider that's down and away on the outside corner, and that front hip flying open, looking to pull. And that's where the adjustment was made against Brian Dozier. You think about his numbers. In the last 3 seasons, the fly ball rate has gone up. The number of home runs have gone up. And with that, the swing has gotten a little sloppy.
And on cue, the opposite way. Souza can't get to it. And Nunez easily coming in from second base. Dozier scampers into second with an RBI double. The Twins strike for the second time here in the inning. They lead 3-1.
How big is the smile right now on Paul Molitor's face? Because that's exactly what he's talking about. Getting down in the count, being able to cover that pitch and go the other way, and look what it gets him. An RBI double into right field. And look at the changeup. Almost like a gyro ball, kind of spinning down and away. And look at how Brian Dozier cuts down on the swing and goes into right field. That's what Paul Molitor and the Twins staff, that's what they're talking about. And that was a great job done by the Twins second baseman.
Dozier now 5 RBIs his last 3 games. You can see his 10th double of the season. And how tough is that for Souza? He was shifted all the way over to the gap.
That's right. And that's because that's the way that he's been swinging the bat. And that's why if Brian Dozier can have that aggressive approach up to 2 strikes, and then a 2-strike approach where he thinks up the middle the other way and reacts to the ball that's in, then all of a sudden the defense is going to have to play you a little bit more honestly. That right fielder is going to have to move over. It's going to open up more holes for you. But he was able to drop that in there because Souza Jr., they didn't expect him to hit the ball there at all.
The 0-1 to Plouffe. You could probably go through the first 5 starts of the season for Matt Andriese, and he has likely pitched with no more base runners in scoring position than he already has in this game today.
No question about it. Twins have been very aggressive on the base paths. You know, those singles, they've become doubles. I mean, that's been the real issue here. Is you've had a couple of, you know, balls hit out there for extra bases, but then you've had guys on first, 3 stolen bases. That's 3 more runners in scoring position. You create enough opportunities, you will start to come through. That's what the Twins have done building this lead.
Two and 2 to Plouffe. You know, BA, we were talking about Andriese averaging just 14 pitches per inning, and look what he's had to struggle through so far today.
They're making him work, putting base runners on, stealing bases. He's been pitching out of the stretch for the majority of the game, starting with the leadoff single to Eduardo Nunez to lead off the bottom half of the first.
Still 2 and 2 to Plouffe.
And really, when you look at the number of pitches is one thing. The situations that you're throwing them in, it makes it a little different. Sometimes there's an easy 57 pitches. Another time there's a 2+ innings, 57, 58 pitches where you're really having to work very, very hard.
That gets back to stress pitches.
Yes. A lot of runners in scoring positions, a lot of high leverage situations early. It takes a toll.
Dozier, the run scoring, doubled into right field at second base. He has made this a 3-1 Twins lead. Bloof on a line to left. Dickerson is able to make the catch. Dozier back in time, out number 2 on a line.
Boy, what a play by Corey Dickerson out there in left field. You know, Kevin Cash getting him more time in the outfield. That's translated to better numbers at the plate as you keep him involved. And boy, he was involved on that play, because if that ball gets by him, that's big, big trouble.
2 outs keeps Dozier put, and it brings in Robbie Grossman, who struck out looking on a fastball that he was not pleased with to end the first inning. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it back. Twins winning game 1 of the series Thursday night, losing last night to the Rays. Trying to bounce back from a very difficult month of May. Minnesota 8-19 in the second month of the season. And really, if you look back to last season, the Twins were in contention for the wild card up to game 161 when they were finally eliminated. 2 main reasons: Paul Molitor and the Twins were so good last year. A phenomenal month of May last season. 20-7 in May, and also they were tremendous at home as well.
Well, that's what they're hoping for right now. 15 of their next 18 games, counting this one, are here at Target Field.
Took to the alleyway for out number 3. A couple of runs in, a couple of steals for the Twins, who lead it by 2. Driven in 2 of the Twins' 3 runs. If they lead it by a couple, we start the top of the 4th. Santana facing Longoria. Longoria, good numbers against Santana in his career. 7 for 18, a couple of home runs. Looking for his first hit today to extend a 7-game hitting streak. Almost loses his balance.
You take an aggressive swing like that, Evan Longoria, that 7-game hitting streak, I mean, those are big numbers, gaudy numbers. 3 home runs, 10 runs driven in. He just has not missed too many pitches that have caught a lot of the plate.
That catches his foot.
And that pitch, he tried to hammer that thing, and right. It's not been a clean at bat here for Evan Longoria. The bat coming loose in the first swing, and then this one hammers right off the inside of that left foot. Thank goodness for that padding, and I don't think it made much of a difference when you see the reaction of Evan.
Now Longoria has homered in each of the first 2 games of this series. Since it's high the opposite way, Dozier now peels away for Kepler. Out number 1. Let's go back to LA. Let's check in with KB. What's going on with the Cubs, Kevin? Yeah, that's terrifying. This is a colossal season for Chicago.
I mean, when you look at that lineup top to bottom and the production from A to Z, and then the pitching staff on top of it, the depth in the organization, they are right now running away with things.
Here's Logan Morrison with 1 out. The opposite way, and it dunks in there for a base hit. So Logan Morrison continues his now 8-game hitting streak.
Tell you, Logan Morrison, since the middle of May, the leading hitter in Major League Baseball, up around a 470 average, using the whole field, taking advantage of a rare mistake here by Santana. Conger took one out of the park. Morrison slaps one into left field.
Rays bring the tying run to the plate. Steve Pearce, who struck out to begin the 2nd inning. Pearce has excelled in the cleanup spot this year for Kevin Cash, batting well over 300 with 7 of his 8 home runs in the number 4 spot. And he's ahead of the count 2-0. You talk about the home runs this year for the Rays, and one of the numbers that really stands out, BA, is the fact that Longoria is the only Rays hitter with double-digit homers. I mean, it's spread top to bottom.
Yeah. Well, they've got 8 guys that have 5 home runs or more. They've got 11 different guys that have driven at least 10 runs in. And, you know, that was by design.
Hard hit and through past Plouffe. Morrison into second base. So with 1 out, rather, the Rays have runners at first and second.
Nice inning being put together here by the Rays as they look to answer the Twins. A couple of base hits and a chance here. This ball again leaking back to the middle. We've not seen that from Ervin Santana. Those fastballs have been getting to the corners he wants them. The 3 that he has missed out over the plate with, 3 hits.
Well, Santana faced just 1 over the minimum the first 3 innings. He struck out 4. Now facing the order the second time through, looking at Corey Dickerson. Broken bat, slow dribbler to Nunez. To Dozier. Does he stay on the bag? He does. He gets the out.
Well, and I'll tell you what, Kevin Cash just popped out of the dugout because they're going to want to take a look at that. Awkward play there as Nunez tries to get that ball to Dozier to take advantage of getting the leadoff man in Steve Pearce. Everybody on the phone.
Part of the game now.
It is. It's such a part of the game. There's the feed right into the gut of Brian Dozier. Control the baseball with the foot on the bag. Let's see. Let's play ball.
So Pearce cut down at second base. 2 outs, runners on the corners. And a pitch in the dirt to Steven Souza Jr. Now Souza struck out looking on a fastball back at the second. And he's ahead 2-0. Now Souza coming to the plate here with the tying run at first base. He's the go-ahead. And he's had some pop this year, 9 home runs. In a bit of a slump right now, however.
When you're in a slump like this, you hope to get into a count, a 2-0, a 2-1 count, where maybe you can start to eliminate pitches and get back to being aggressive. Because when Steven Souza Jr. is aggressive, making hard contact, that ball will jump off his bat. Creates a tremendous amount of leverage. Tall, lanky, very strong hands and wrists.
He's got Morrison at third base and Dickerson, the fielder's choice, at first. 2-2. Santana gave up the home run to Conger back in the 3rd inning. We take a look at Lomo. So Santana has now given up a home run in each of his last 4 starts. Clobbered high left field, and a 3-run homer by Steven Souza Jr., which is destroyed. That was match number 10 of the season for the Rays right fielder. He has given Tampa Bay the lead.
That's that jump off the bat power that you're talking about. A slider that stayed out over the plate, and that was a no-doubter, an absolute laser into the second deck here at Target Field. That's how you break out of a slump.
First pitch strike to Matuk. First home run since the 23rd of last month. Dozier can't handle it. This will roll to Buxton. And Matuk extends the top of the 4th.
Well, Irvin Santana's going to try to come with the breaking ball here to Souza Jr. Look at how that ball stays in the middle of the plate. It's got a little bit of depth to it, but it's not away where he wanted it. It stays in the middle. Souza Jr. gets out around underneath and hammers it home.
Now, no surprise, all 4 runs by the Rays today coming on 2 homers. Only the Mariners now with more. It was Conger with the solo shot back in the 3rd that tied the game up at 1 apiece. The Twins got 2 runs at the bottom of the 3rd, and now the Rays have come storming back. Matuk taken off easily into second base.
Well, things getting sloppy here for the Twins in the top half of the 4th inning. The command for Irvin Santana, which was so very good, save for 1 pitch in the first 3 innings, has been elusive here. Balls out over the plate, bad counts. That ball in the dirt.
Now the Twins have led baseball basically all season in wild pitches. And it seems like more times than not for Minnesota this year, wild pitches have led to runs. 2-2.
You figure wherever you are with a wild pitch, you have put yourself in the scoring position, either at second or from second to third. You go from second to third, maybe then all it takes is a ground ball, a fly ball to the outfield to get you in.
Conger, the 7th batter Santana's facing here in this 4th inning. If Conger can reach, Beckham is on deck. A flare the opposite way. Grossman chasing a foul ball. Conger's first at bat, it came in the third inning. Didn't waste any time. Brian, first pitch.
No, he didn't. This ball middle of the plate, above the belt, between the belt and the letters, and it is hammered by Hank Conger. That would give the Rays their first run of the ball game. That home run ties things up. The Souza Jr. home run gives the Rays the lead.
3-run shot from Souza with 2 outs. Just gets a piece. Centeno can't hold on.
Oh boy, that was so close too. I mean, that ball looked like it was foul tick, and Centeno able to corral it. And as he reaches the glove up to show Angel Hernandez, he's got it there. Okay, here it is. End of the inning. Got it. No, we don't.
Works his way out as he's trying to show him. And a walk to Conger, reaches for the second time. This will be at least an 8-batter 4th inning for the Rays. First walk for Santana today. Matuk singled. He advances second on the wild pitch. He stays put.
It's gotten a little out of control here, and it's been the command. He's had very good command the first 3 outside of the pitch to Conger, but it's gotten a little loose here in the 4th. This is where you got to tell yourself, though, hey, listen, this is still just a 4-3 game. A very discouraging inning, but you've got to stay strong mentally.
And the dirt for ball 1 to Beckham.
You got to tell yourself, maybe you're going to have to win a 7-6 game, 8-7 game. You need to continue to compete.
2 on and 2 out. Able to get a strike to make it 1-1. Beckham getting the start today at second base for the Rays. Off the hands, a little looper, and right there to Dozier. 3 runs on 1 swing. Steven Souza Jr.'s 10th of the year. Had just 1 extra base hit his last 10 games injured. Today he mashed a second deck 3-run homer in the top of this 4th inning that has given the Rays a 1-run advantage as Andres faces Byung-Ho Park to lead off the Twins 4th.
Big inning here for Matt Andriese to put up a 0. His offense answered and then some. You want to go out and have a clean inning.
Well, Park got up to such a fantastic start this year, his first time around in the major leagues. First month and a half of this season, an OPS of nearly 9 1/4. But batting under 150 without a home run his last 14, as this is shot down by the pole.
You know, and how often do you see that? You know, Byung-ho Park, new to Major League Baseball, so it takes a turn through the league before they figure out, okay, these are the areas of weakness where we can exploit. Pitchers make the adjustment, and now it's up to Park to make a corresponding. That's why getting to the big leagues, you know, very difficult. One of the most difficult things in the world to do. Staying in the big leagues, even more so, because it's just a constant game of adjustments.
The book gets made on you, that's for sure.
That's absolutely right. No secrets anymore.
And that low batting average recently for Park includes a much-needed 3-hit performance in Game 1 of this series on Thursday night. Balls for time. Weekly back to Andriese for round number 1. We take a look at greater coverage of baseball, sponsored by T-Mobile, and a couple of young stars at shortstop. Xander Bogaerts just had his 26-game hitting streak snapped, the second longest of the season, of course, behind the man who plays right behind him in center field at Fenway Park, Jackie Bradley Jr. And then Corey Seager, 3 bombs in a win over the Braves, and the first Dodgers rookie to do it since '59. 2 very bright young stars. Hard to think of a time where this game has been littered with better quality young players, Brian, and we just saw a couple of them right there.
And the athletes in the game now. You know, it's such an emphasis being put on that aspect. You know, as you continue to work to try to get PEDs out of the game, and guys aren't rolling out with 42 home runs at the All-Star break, you start to look at athleticism. And there are tons of athletes littering this game that, oh, by the way, good baseball players with tremendous skill.
Yeah, look no further than center field here at Target Field with Byron Buxton, who is a phenomenal athlete, just trying to get it going here at the major league level. Kepler up the middle for a base hit and a 1-out single.
Yeah, Max Kepler, another one of those guys coming out of the box, coming out hot. Mikey Matuk's got to hustle to that ball and get it, because Kepler, one of those guys that's got deceiving speed, and so on a ground ball like that, he's going to be looking maybe to try to push the envelope, get into scoring position. And the simple fact that he's over there at first base, you got to keep your eye on him once again, because the Twins have been running with anybody who can scoop.
10 Twins already with 3 steals today. That's a season high. Buxton on deck. Centeno at the plate. Jumps on the first one, a slicer into left field, and a foul ball.
Uh-oh.
Everybody's okay. Centeno caught looking on a breaking ball his last time up facing Andriese. Kepler at first after the single. Keeping an eye on him.
This is when you start to think, not if, but when.
Paul Molitor has already sent runners 3 times today. We have seen Centeno get the start recently when Santana has been up on the mound. Those two have worked together in 3 of Santana's last 4 starts, including today. 1 out and 1 on, bottom of the 4th inning. Trying to keep Kepler away from what would be his first major league steal. You can add about 10 pitches to the pitch count, at least, BA, for what Andriese has had to do keeping an eye on first base today.
Yeah, I wonder how that's calculated. Yeah, everything else is kept track of.
Well, the Rays certainly have something for it, right?
It's probably 2/3 of a pitch.
Very data-driven organization. And it's hard to find one that's not these days.
It really has invaded the game and started to take things over. And there is just so much information out there. I think the one thing that you've got to watch is, as a coach, a hitting coach, a pitching coach, a manager, is how much of this information do I give each guy? Because there's plenty to go around.
A pitch out this time.
And Hank Conger with a running start. Not only a pitch out, but boy, he cleared the other batter's box. He's ready to throw that thing from the grass.
It's like running through the pass.
Yeah,
right?
that's exactly right. Watch him get out of there and start to close ground with Andriese.
You're right.
That's aggressive.
Three and one.
Is that even legal? Wasn't there a part of that looked like you're not allowed or supposed to do that? I mean, God bless him for trying. That would have been fun if Kepler would have been going.
Next pitch will be number 75 for Andriese, who has had just one clean inning so far today. The opposite way again, and it drops in for a base hit. Kepler puts on the brakes at second. Centeno's first hit, and with one out, the Twins have stacked a couple of base runners.
Yeah, he showed you early in that bat that his ability to be able to shoot the ball the other way. And this was a fastball that stayed elevated on the outer half. Actually, outer half, maybe a little bit over. And you know what? When you think about plate coverage, and you see he's close to the plate, but that ball, because it's elevated, even though it's off the plate, Centeno is able to reach it, poke that thing out into left field. Corey Dickerson's got to get to it and keep Kepler at second base, which he did, but that's going to bring Jim Hickey to the mound to go over some things here with his pitcher.
Well, the best seats at every ballpark for every game. Visit MLB.com/tickets today. Again, Matt Andriese working with Twins runners in scoring position. That has been the case in 3 of the first 4 innings. The only inning that hasn't happened was his 1-2-3 second. Buxton climbs in. 1 out and 2 on. First pitch fouled away. So Kepler with good speed at second base. He represents the tie and run. And Centeno at first base, the go-ahead. Buxton reached on the air by Miller at shortstop, then scored. That was in the 3rd. And just like his first at bat, he falls behind 0-2.
Just got locked up there on that curveball by Matt Andriese. He's a guy that from time to time can get overmatched with good breaking balls. So the Rays busy in the bullpen with Tyler Sturdivant.
Through the left side. Kepler will be held at third base, and the Twins have him loaded.
Oh, a nice adjustment made there by Byron Buxton. He had just gotten locked up on a curveball, and this breaking ball by Matt Andriese is even better. It's further down in the zone, but it's middle of the plate, and Buxton makes the adjustment. Look at him stay right on it and hammer that ball in the hole. Good reach. That ball jumps off the barrel, gets into left field, got out to Corey Dickerson quick enough that you had to keep Kepler at third, but now the bases are juiced.
Now for Buxton, only his 2nd hit on the year when falling behind 0-2. He has got him buried easily. Kepler at third. Centeno the man at second base. Buxton just reaching with the single. Twins trying to storm back here in the 4th. They've got Nunez, the leadoff man, aboard. At the plate, rather. Nunez 2 for 2. He has scored 2 of the Twins' 3 runs. Tying run 90 feet from home now. And it's 1-1.
Man.
Couple of hits today has lifted his average from 328 to now 335. That's past Jose Altuve, all-star second baseman for the Astros.
Boy, and he has really taken to the leadoff spot too here in this lineup.
He's looking like the Twins all-star this year. To Miller, the scoop. Beckham on to first, and it's in time for the double play, and Andriese is able to work out of a one-out, bases-loaded jam. Brad Miller leads off the Rays top of the 5th inning as Miller started a critical 6-4-3 double play to get Matt Andriese out of the bottom of the 4th with the bases loaded. 1-1. Now Miller's father Steve grew up a Twins fan from Iowa, so Brad Miller grew up in some ways rooting for the Twins. As he puts this in play right back to Santana. One quick out as Brian would go back to that double play ball started by Brad Miller.
Boy, how big was that? 3 straight hits by the Twins, load the bases. Nunez reaches out and this ball hits it right on the ground, and right there Miller to Beckham over to Morrison. They get him by a step. That flip up there, nice job by Tim Beckham not to take his eyes off that or expect it anywhere. He's ready for anything. And Matt Andriese, you better believe it, he's loving that.
Longoria takes ball 1. Longoria 0 for 2 has twice flown out to Kepler in right field. Longoria so far this year on pace for career highs in homers and extra base hits. He's on pace right now for 34 home runs this season. Longoria at one point the American League Rookie of the Year, an All-Star each of his first 3 seasons, but not since 2010. That goes to 3-1. High left field. This is hammered up to the second deck. Longoria has homered in 3 straight games. Every game of this series here in Minneapolis. Number 12 on the season. And Evan Longoria has brought us a run closer to a tie game. Make it 5-3 Twins. That was hammered. Every run, Brian, on a homer.
Well, listen, Evan Longoria is in one of those streaks. He's known to get on them. If you make a mistake, he's not missing it. He's confident with his swing. His hands have been quick, and boy, has he been productive. That ball, he thought Souza Jr. got into his. Evan Longoria, maybe a little bit of a one-up right there on that blast.
That was enormous. Every game of the series, first time since 2013 he's homered in 3 straight. Well, these have not been cheapies for the Rays.
Evan Longoria, how quick the hands are. That ball meant to be away. Evan doesn't know that. He just reacts instinctively and drills this pitch to left field.
Wow. This is like the home run derby a couple of years ago when the All-Star game was here. Meanwhile, the 1-1 to Logan Morrison. Skipping out to Dozier for routine out number 2. .103 miles an hour off the bat. 414 feet for Longoria.
That's one of those trajectory. You know, 103, but with that kind of up. You imagine if that was a line drive.
Brian, I think it's
going north.
I think it's launch angle. I think launch angle.
There you go.
The new phrase.
Spin rate.
To Nunez. Out number 3. 3 home runs for the Rays. The latest Longoria. Homers has been more impressive than the previous, and Longoria the latest in the 5th. A solo smash out to the second deck in left field. Rays on top by 2. Joe Mauer leading off the bottom of the 5th. And the pitch count beginning to get up there for Andriese.
Well, he's had to work. He's been in trouble. You think about all of the runners in scoring position. You think about that last half inning. Bases loaded with 1 out.
Ties him up here 1-1. Andy Romero, the flamethrower, getting loose. One and 2 to Mauer.
See, all of a sudden now the pitch is moving in on Joe Mauer, trying to tie him up a little bit, knowing up the middle the other way. But if you get it in off the plate, it's tough to inside out that baseball. You almost force him to try to pull.
And Mauer caught looking. Take a look at our game summary of this one today. Hank Conger, first pitch, second home run of the season. That tied things up and 1 apiece.
Well, the Twins would come right back and answer. Brian Dozier going the other way. Much to the delight of Paul Molitor, give the Twins a 3-1 lead. Souza Jr. answers right there with a 3-run blast. Lead back in the favor of the Rays, and Evan Longoria says, why don't I take it out another run?
Dozier bunting to the shift and a barehand throw off target from Longoria. Dozier hustling into second base. Have you seen someone bunt into the shift before, Brian?
I have not seen anybody bunt into the shift before. He lays that down, forces Evan Longoria to try to make a play. Yeah, something that you're not going to see very often. But Brian Dozier, you're worried about him swinging the bat, hitting the ball out of the ballpark. He lays down a bunt. Evan Longoria, look at how quickly he covered that ground on that bare hand. Got to it in enough time to perhaps make a play. A do-or-die throw just a little bit wide and off the glove of Logan Morrison, and that allows Dozier a quick read right there. He's able to get out to second base.
Second error today from the Rays. They both come on the left side of the infield. 1 out and a runner in scoring position as Plouffe goes into the shift. Longoria cuts it off.
Now that's somebody right there that the Twins need to get going, and that's Trevor Plouffe. Been a little bit of a slide here the last week and a half.
Two outs, Dozier at second base. And here is Robbie Grossman. Some clouds overhead, but dry so far here from Minneapolis. Just thought the last night's game might be delayed a little bit, but they were able to get it in time. Grossman the tying run. Grossman 0 for 2 so far today. He's reached in 13 of his first 14 games in a Twins uniform. Andrews quickly ahead 0-2.
Pretty good off-speed delivery right there. That changeup working its way down in the zone. Robbie Grossman anxious to try to drive that run in.
And Andrews working with a runner in scoring position for the 4th inning. The Twins today, Brian, 4 for 11 with runners in scoring position. That's more hits with runners in scoring position against Andrews than his first 5 starts combined.
Well, and coming from a team who has not been getting it done in those situations, but today, the 4 hits, they've been productive. However, they still trail on the scoreboard 5-3.
2-2. Category the Twins have struggled in this year. Dozier at second base with 2 outs. And the 2-2. Got him looking. Grossman caught looking on a fastball for the 2nd time in 3 at-bats. pitched in trouble in almost each of the first 5 innings. Now at 92 pitches, as he's able to work around a runner at second base in the bottom of the 5th. Dickerson leads off the top of the 6th, looks at a first pitch strike. Dickerson hitless today, although he has scored a run. He's in the midst of a 2 for 22 slump and has brought his average beneath 200. As this is rolled to Dozier. Make it 2 for 23, 1 out.
Well, that was one guy that we were talking with Kevin Cash that he highlighted. We need to get Corey Dickerson going. Said that would give them a little bit more length to their lineup. You think about his power potential. You can see the frustration there with the flip of the helmet, but he is a guy that has the potential to break out. He's very streaky, and when he gets going, he'll get extra base hits in bunches.
Well, last time Souza was up, he hit a second decker with 2 men on. That gave the Rays a 4-3 lead. They've since extended it to 5-3. Comes inside. Souza was part of that 3-team deal with Tampa Bay, San Diego, and Washington that sent Will Myers to the Padres, and that deal has really benefited the Nationals. They got Joe Ross, young brilliant starter for the Nationals, Tyson's younger brother, also Trey Turner, their shortstop of the future, who's just recently called up. Souza ahead of the count, 3-1. Well, he had a 2-2 count his last time up, and then this happened.
Well, you got to try to get that breaking ball to the spot you wanted it. You got it down, but you got it down in the middle of the plate. And Souza Jr. was able to get to it, and solid contact with him, and that ball goes.
That should be ball 4, and everybody realizes now. So Angel Hernandez, our home plate umpire, realizing that was a pass to first base, so a 1-out walk.
There it is, in off the plate. Everybody waiting around. Just like, hey, guy, you can take your base. That's how bad he wants to hit. You hit a home run, you don't want to walk.
1 out and 1 on. Montook takes low as Centeno fires down to first base. Now Montook with the much needed base hit back in the 4th. He was 3 for 32 since being recalled from AAA Durham. Santana has coughed up 3 home runs in this game today. Souza, a couple of steals on the year, has been caught twice as well.
Santana, opposing base stealers, just 1 out of 2 against him. You know, the Minnesota Twins tied for the fewest caught stealings in baseball, but Santana's done a much better job of controlling the running game as he's gone through his career. Uh-oh, look at that.
Souza slides it to second, and he's safe.
Boy, he was caught so far off the bag that Juan Centeno came up firing to Park, and Souza Jr. never attempted to head back to first base. He immediately broke for second, and with the long throw to Park, there was no way to get him. Watch as he takes off, now stops. The throw behind him, and he's gone. Park even went for a sweep tag before he looked to throw.
You're right. That cost some time.
Sure did.
Souza's 3rd steal of the year. And the Twins were, Brian, in video replay formation, huddling for the delay, but it will not be looked at.
You got to pop out of that dugout right now. Hey, ask for a quick time. Got to check on the phone.
2 balls and a strike to Matuk. Now with a runner in scoring position. Now Santana now at 90 pitches, not happy with that call to ball. Santana was cruising through the first 7 batters of this game. Struck out 4 of the first 7, then gave up the home run to Conger. Still faced just 1 over the minimum through the first 3 innings, and then the second time through started to run into some problems.
Yeah, never saw that coming, and it wasn't because the Rays had already seen him. I mean, they may have an idea what he's going to try and do, and he's had, over the course of his career, 15 starts against the Rays. But it was location and command, where the first time through the lineup, those first 10 hitters, he was on the corners. Started catching a lot of the plate, a lot of pitches like this. It's another 90 feet. Another wild pitch for the Minnesota Twins.
That's his second today. Came in with just 5 on the year. Has got 2 so far.
You talked about earlier how it leads to runs. Okay, you got a 1-out slider that Centeno is able to block. It scoots off to the right, but now Souza Jr. at third with less than 2. Another prime opportunity to score a run, and that's going to force the Twins to bring that infield in. Can't give up any more runs. Let the Rays keep widening this lead.
The Twins with more wild pitches than anyone in baseball. Bullpen will start to stir. Souza 90 feet from home. And the 3-2 to Matuk. Pushes him inside. Back-to-back walks. So Santana 1 walk over the first 5 innings. He has walked 2 in the span of his first 3 batters here the 6th. Now you mentioned the number of starts, Brian, for Santana against the Rays. And his numbers today have lived up to his career numbers. 15 starts, an ERA of 5.34 against Tampa Bay. Only the Yankees and the Rangers as he struggled more against. Eric Rasmussen, now the pitching coach for the Twins, out to have a word with Santana. Vote today, vote tomorrow. Vote for your 2016 All-Stars today with the Esurance MLB All-Star Game Ballot. Vote at MLB.com/vote and catch all the excitement of the 87th MLB All-Star Game presented by MasterCard, July 12th, live on Fox. It was held here at Target Field just a couple of years ago. First pitch misses to Conger, who has homered and walked. One out, runners on the corners. That home run back in the 3rd was Conger's 2nd of the year. He's got Souza at 3rd, Matuk at 1st.
Well, now you go back to the approach that Kevin Cash wants these hitters to take, and if you're Hank Conger, you're thinking about putting the ball in play, moving the baseball, because Ervin Santana has now put you in a position that he's going for the strikeout. That runner on 3rd, less than 2. He's got you 1 and 2, trying to put you away, get you to expand.
Misses to make it 2 balls and 2 strikes. Santana does not have a strikeout since the 3rd inning. Tonkin and Boshears warming up. Righty and a lefty going for Paul Molitor. Full count. Now Santana pushing 100 pitches now. Beckham on deck. Took back to the bag. And we're starting to get some rain here in Minneapolis. Sky's opening up a little bit. And a mass exodus as well. Dozier spins on to Nunez to first in time for the double play. Well, exactly what Santana and the Twins needed. The threat is over. We go to the bottom of the sixth. To see it is pouring here in downtown Minneapolis as the grounds crew hard at work and the tarp going on the field as we were scheduled to start the bottom of the sixth inning. Rays have scored 5 runs on 3 homers, one by Steven Souza Jr. with 2 men on. And BA, we were expecting to see Matt Andriese, who had gone back up on the mound with 92 pitches on his pitch count through 5 innings, but at this point with the delay that has now started and the fact that he's at 92 pitches, likely Andriese done for the day.
Well, you know what? I think it really depends on how long this rain delay lasts. You would think so in theory, but you know, if this is rather short, you may see him go back out there. Teams tend to be very cautious in these types of situations, but you know, Matt Andriese has thrown the ball well, and I think that Kevin Cash wanted to squeeze out another couple of outs with him. The way that he's used his bullpen. Alex Colomé in last night's ball game came in for a 5-out save. Actually had to face 10 hitters in that time frame. So the bullpen has been used, and we'll see what happens. We'll see how long it takes.
We'll take a look at our game summary here today through the first 5.5 innings. And Hank Conger, with the Rays trailing by a run, jumped on the first pitch from Santana, his second home run of the year. That tied it up with 1 apiece.
Not really the only mistake made by Urban Santana in those first 3 innings, and then the Twins answer right back. Dozier going the other way for a double. They would score a couple of runs, take a 3-1 lead. Not for long. A 2-strike blast by Souza Jr. That good for 3 runs. It instantly gives the Rays a 4-3 lead. Let's extend it out there. Evan Longoria taking advantage of another mistake by Urban Santana, and the Rays at that point 5-3.
Well, no surprise, the Rays have lived by the home run, and all 5 runs coming on homers, and Longoria has homered in every game of this series.
As well, that's not as scripted. The home runs are, but Evan Longoria, and really you can go back over the last week, he's got his strike zone. You know, when he starts to feel too much responsibility, you'll start to see him expand his strike zone. Right now it's well defined. He's only swinging at strikes and mistakes. He is pummeling them.
Well, Brian already has words with friends queued up on the phone, so we're going to toss things over to the studio. And hey, KB, take it away for a while. From downtown Minneapolis inside Target Field, the tarp has been lifted. A rain delay of just over an hour as the Rays right now lead 5-3. We are about to get underway in the bottom of the 6th inning. Welcome once again, Aaron Goldsmith alongside Brian Anderson. And Brian, we were asking ourselves the question, would Matt Andriese go out to pitch the bottom of the 6th? The answer was yes, and then the tarp came on the field.
Yeah, right. And you left me with that question, what happens now? And I think it unequivocally we can say that Matt Andriese will not be back out on the mound. Looks like it's going to be Eddie Romero, but Matt's night is finished.
It was a surprise in some ways to see him back out there at pitch count, just over 90 pitches. But we'll see different pitches at this point of the game. We take a look at our game summary, what's happened up to this point. And we picked things up when Hank Conger came to the plate. First pitch you saw, he tied it up.
Well, you know, fastball left out over the plate by Irvin Santana. The Rays were able to hit that home run, tie the ball game at 1. But the Twins, they'd strike right back. Ryan Dozier with a tremendous at-bat there. 2 strikes, gets the ball out deep into right field. Twins would have a 2-run lead at that point, but not for long. Steven Souza Jr., a 2-strike breaking ball that got crushed. That would give the Rays a 4-3 lead, and then just for good measure, Evan Longoria gets a fastball that's out over the plate, and he launches deep into left field, and that would leave it where it is right now. The Rays with a 5-3 lead as we head into the home half of the 6th inning.
So Matt Andriese done after 5 innings and 92 pitches. He hands things over to the bullpen. It's Eddie Romero, the powerful lefty, one of the top velocities in terms of his fastball, averaging 97 miles an hour. He takes the hill to work the bottom of the 6th inning. He faces first baseman Byung-Ho Park. Rays leading 5-3, and we are back underway after a somewhat lengthy rain delay. And we knew, Brian, that weather was in the area. There was a threat that last night's game would get pushed back a little bit. It was able to be played on time, and today we started off pretty sunny, then the skies opened up pretty quickly.
Unfortunate Matt Andriese looking forward to that 6th inning, I'm sure. This changes the Rays' plans, and now you've got to cover, really, you've got 12 outs. You got the lead right now. You got to get 12 outs and piece it together from your bullpen, starting here with Eddie Romero, the hard-throwing lefty.
One and two. Now you look at American League relievers in terms of top velocity, and Romero trailing just Aroldis Chapman, who everybody trails, and Danny Duffy.
Well, a tremendous fastball, a slider to go along with it, so he's just not a one-trick pony. Although that one trick is pretty good, as you see right there at 97.
And to be clear, that velocity among American League lefties. Romero 25 out of the Dominican Republic. Count still 2-2 to Park. Now Park 0 for 2 today. He entered this contest this afternoon, having reached in 6 of his last 8 plate appearances. Had 3 hits Thursday night in game 1 of the series. This series all tied up 1 apiece as the skies have opened up once again. So right as they took the tarp off and the fans got settled in, they're back ducking for cover. As best they can. Again, the 2-2. Out to center field, Matuk. I'm going to go back just a little bit for it for round number 1.
You know what would be interesting, and this always happens in these rain delays, especially when they get up around that hour mark and then further than that, is do you show up ready to play again? You know, it's one thing to be a pitcher, you're called upon, you go out there and go through, you know, your warm-ups and get ready to come into a game, but for the position players, you know, they've been on high alert all afternoon, and all of a sudden there's a rain delay, and everything starts to slow down. You wait for the time of game when it's going to start back up, and you got to get yourself ready again, not only physically but mentally.
That's a good point. As Kepler climbs in with 1 out. Favorite clubhouse rain delay activity, Brian?
Oh, I mean, words with friends, right? I don't even think they had that when I was playing.
I don't think so. 1-1. But had they, that would have been top of the list.
That would have been top of the list. No, I do not partake in that. You know, really, for me, it was just kind of hanging out if there was another game on, watching that game. I was not a big card player, although that is a frequent activity. Guys stay competitive.
More activity inside the Rays bullpen. 1-2, a slow swing and a miss.
Well, right there is that breaking ball. When you talk about the velocity that Eddie Romero is able to get with the fastball, but then he's able to come with this, that's where it starts to become unfair.
Kepler 1 for 2 today, a single up the middle back of the fourth. One time missing with the heat. 97 down to 83.
It gives you a lot to think about and a lot to have to handle. The big difference between the two pitches.
Conger trying to go after it. And Logan Morrison's glove not in time. Kepler is able to beat it out. So despite the strikeout, Kepler at first base with 1 down.
Talked about it earlier in the game. Max Kepler, very surprising how quickly he gets down the first base line. Rays going to take a look, and I think Kevin Cash is going to ask him to take a look at it on video. Here it is, the swing and a miss. It gets away from Conger right there as he goes up to throw. Gets it, flips it. I think they may get this one. Rays may get this one overturned. Ball into the glove. Boy, that is close. Ooh, I think they got him.
It looks like it.
Yep. That ball into the back of the glove as Kepler's foot was coming down, and the Rays may get this overturned. Actually should get this overturned.
Well, the critical thing to watch is when that ball gets the back of the glove.
Yep, yep.
And as we've also learned over the last couple of years with challenges, what it is originally called has such a huge impact because now you have to find evidence to overturn it. And it looks like we did. Originally called safe. Kevin Cash pleading that he is out. You can see Morrison's glove bounce back before that foot comes down. And now, during the delay, looks like a couple of guys looking for some sunglasses as he is out, so that gets overturned. 2 down. Kevin Cash wins that one.
Welcome to the Midwest. Spring into summer weather. Right. Rain delay to sunglasses.
It has become sunny over at first base. So 2 up, 2 down. And that'll bring in Centeno. Montook will take a pair in center as well. Souza in right. Centeno looks at ball 1. Now for the Twins, we'll take a look inside their bullpen. They've got activity. Tonkin, the right-hander, beginning to stir. Urban Santana went 6 innings, gave up 3 home runs. All 5 runs for the Rays coming on 3 long balls. As the count pushes to 1-2. Centeno now with a hit in each of his last 4 starts, including today. Conger can't hold on.
Eddie Romero with that quick pitch again as he comes set and immediately comes to home plate. Used to see Joel Peralta do that for the Rays all the time, something that has been picked up on some of the other pitchers around the league, including Romero, but Conger couldn't hold on to it. Another one right there.
Hits him with the curveball that time as Centeno is down swinging, and Romero, after the delay, retires to sign an order. guys away. A 70-minute rain delay and snagging a foul ball. We got a new pitcher up on the hill. Michael Tonkin taking over for Urban Santana, who wins the first 6.
Well, he's on for the 24th time. The ERA 2.84, 31 strikeouts and 25 in the 3rd innings. The opponent's average 207. Good numbers for Michael Tonkin here for the Minnesota Twins. And look at the starters and how they compared today. Urban Santana, he was sharp early on through the first 3 innings, but then the command went awry and the home runs started to head out of the ballpark. And Matt Andriese, he had to battle and battle hard through his 5 innings of work.
And that was the Houdini act a lot of times for Andriese. He had just one clean 1-2-3 inning, but in the other 4 he had at least one runner in scoring position every time.
Not to mention that bases loaded 1-out situation where he was able to get a double play ball off the bat of Eduardo Nunez.
Tim Beckham leads off the top of the 7th. He's behind 0-2. See Nunez starting shortstop once again, leadoff hitter for the Twins. Appealed out of first base. He does not go. Beckham 0 for 2 so far today. A flyout and a pop-up. For Urban Santana, those 5 runs, the 2nd most he's allowed in any start this year. Remember, he came into this game with the lowest ERA among all Twins starters, which unfortunately for the Twins isn't saying a whole lot. 29th in baseball and rotation ERA. They've been roughed up.
That's a pitching staff. Starting rotation has led the pitching staff to have the worst ERA in the American League. They've given up the most home runs in the American League.
That was added to today. And that has got to be one of the biggest differences between the 2015 Twins and the 2016 Twins. For years, their rotation, think of those consecutive 90-loss seasons, the rotation for the Twins was among the worst in the league. Last year, the rotation much better. Of course, added Santana despite a PED suspension. He missed the first 80 games. But the rotation has gone back to old form this year. Beckham, a leadoff base hit right up the middle. And a single to start up the top of the 7th.
Tim Beckham able to lay off a couple of sliders off the plate, get a fastball middle, and took it right back up the middle. Tonkin, look out.
Right back at you. Hear that one whistling by. Leadoff man aboard, nobody out for Brad Miller. He climbs in for the 4th time. And they got him at first. Beckham picked off.
And that wasn't even a good throw over there by Tonkin. That's how far Beckham was leaning and got himself way off the bag. Boy, Byung-Ho Park had to reach for that throw, then get the tag down. But look at Beckham. He is caught leaning, trying to get back, and that tag right to the elbow before the hand gets to the bag.
Good call there by Will Little. So leadoff single erased as Miller takes ball 1. Beckham not pleased. Miller, a standout in college at Clemson. Drafted and developed by the Mariners, traded over this offseason in November to the Rays from Windermere, Florida, so he's much closer to home these days. Shoots this high to the alleyway in left center. Grossman running out of room, and this is off the wall. Miller has a stand-up double.
Couple of loud shots here by the Rays to lead off the top of the 7th. You know, Brad Miller, much like Steven Souza Jr., when they connect with the ball solidly, that ball just jumps. And this ball middle, working its way to the outer portion of the plate, and Brad Miller stays inside it, drives it, and comes that close to getting it out of here. That's a big shot here too, because that's in between 377 and 411, deep out into left center field.
That's a pop. And of course, Beckham back on the pine after getting picked off. So no chance for him to try to come around. Longoria digs in 0-1. Mammoth solo home run in the 5th for Longoria has made this a 5-3 Rays lead. Now there's pretty stiff competition, especially this year at third base in the American League for the All-Star game. This year held in San Diego, but Longoria playing like an All-Star recently. Has not been back to the Midsummer Classic since 2010.
Well, he's attempting to make a push. There's no doubt about that.
Longoria has now tied his career best with home runs in 3 straight games. All 3 games of the series. We take a look at the American League All-Star ballot, and no surprise, Machado right now the leading vote getter at third base. Salvador Perez the leading vote getter overall, over 1 million. Then David Ortiz in his swan song right now in second place among the votes.
I think the biggest surprise is only 3 Royals.
You're right. Buxton tracking it well to the warning track. Miller will tag and scampers into third base. 2 outs and a runner at third for the Rays. This year it's the Cubs that are pulling the Royals from last year.
Yes, they are.
The entire infield.
Well, you know what? Can hardly blame them. A lot of excitement in Chicago. We talked about them earlier in this ball game. The record that they have right now, how well they've been playing.
And we see the National League All-Star game balloting. The entire infield and center field. All Cubs. Harper the leading vote getter. Pardon me, Rizzo the leading vote getter. Harper right behind him. 0-1 to Logan Morrison. Now Morrison a single into left field and scored a run back in the 4th. That extended his hitting streak to 8 games. This has been an odd season for Morrison. You look at what he has done recently. He has been the hottest hitter in baseball since May 16th. Even better than his former teammate Kyle Seager in Seattle.
Well, and he went into that game hitting 119 with no runs driven in. That's how dramatic the turnaround has been.
Morrison on the 2nd day of May was batting .094. He went his first 29 games this year without an RBI.
Hitting in the middle of the lineup. And that's what Kevin Cash, when he was talking about Logan Morrison, said the way that he handled his struggles.
He shoots this out to center. Buxton having a turn. Buxton having a look. And Logan Morrison is scalding hot. Wow. The 4th home run for the Rays today. It comes with 2 outs and Miller aboard at third base. Morrison's 5th of the season. And he has helped to really open this one up in the Rays' favor. 7-3 Tampa Bay.
The contact off of Tonkin in this top half of the 7th inning has been loud. Even Longoria's fly ball deep, but a hanging breaking ball. Logan Morrison full extension. We know how strong he is, and another home run. He knew it when it left the bat.
Strike 1 to Pierce. Well, Morrison is now homered in back-to-back games. A 9th inning home run last night for Morrison. That was the opposite way. This time he goes dead center.
Yeah. It went the corner of the bullpen in last night's game. Dead center in this game, even more impressive.
With 2 outs, a pop-up. Plouffe calls it off and makes the catch. 4 home runs today for the Twins. And that has accounted for all 7 runs. That should surprise no one. Logan Morrison, his 5th of the season, a 2-run blast. Well, we're underway in the bottom of the 6th. Ball 1 to Buxton leading things off. Pardon me, bottom of the 7th, and it's 1-1.
Angel Hernandez taking full and complete control of this game. Just firing out there. Let's play ball. And reservations.
Yeah, reservations.
Time to go.
Manny's is waiting. 1-2.
A couple of nice breaking balls. Eddie Romero. That's the pitch. That's the separator for him. Hard enough to deal with that 97-mile-an-hour fastball, but then you get that low to mid 80s breaking ball, and when he has command of that, good luck.
Well, for the most part this year, Brian, Romero has been a one-inning guy. He's being called on here to work multiple innings.
Well, and that's why we saw Matt Andriese initially, before the rain delay, go out there for the 6th inning, because Kevin Cash hoping for another inning or some more outs from Matt Andriese in order to, how to piece together the back end of this bullpen. Typically, when the Rays have the lead, you start to think about Eddie Romero, Xavier Cedeno, Alex Colomé, Erasmo Ramirez. And you talked about Colomé last night, a lot of pitches, an extended outing. Erasmo's been used quite a bit. So in piecing this together, he's now working with Romero on a 2nd inning.
Breaking ball gets him looking. Buxton back to the dugout.
Just can't account for it. Catches the back door.
It's 3 straight strikeouts. And Romero's been roughed up a little bit lately. Last 3 appearances, 5 runs all earned, spanning 2 innings. Looks sharp so far today as it comes in low to Nunez. If you include today for Nunez, his last 10 games, he has 19 hits. And one of those coming in game 1 to lead off the bottom of the 1st. This was Thursday night. An inside the park home run.
He's been a pleasant surprise here for the Minnesota Twins. He's taken very well to the leadoff spot, been very productive, and a bright spot. No question about it.
I don't think anybody would have guessed that the last inside the Parker before Nunez was Kurt Suzuki for the Twins.
Nobody had Kurt Suzuki.
Nobody had that on the short list.
No.
Twins catcher. This is shot high the opposite way, but Souza is able to track it down. Jumped off the bat of Nunez. Route number 2. And we'll go back to game 1 of the series. Maybe helped out a little bit by the sun, BA?
Yeah, you know what? Brandon Guyer had trouble picking that ball up. It was difficult out there. And then as he got back, he kind of drifted on it, jumped up, twisted his body. He was off the heel of the glove. And not only that, it took a terrible bounce for Brandon over into the corner. And Nunez just never let up and made it all the way around.
Romero has sat down the first 5 that he's faced here tonight. Now facing Joe Mauer.
And the way that the sun was shining through that night here at the top of the stadium here at Target Field, down on the right fielders had to shield their eyes every pitch to try to pick things up off the bat. It was that difficult.
One ball and 1 strike to Mauer with 2 outs and the bases empty. Mauer a single and an RBI, sac fly back in the 3rd. At one point, the Twins led this game 3-1. The Rays have scored 6 unanswered runs. On a line out to Souza, who was shaded perfectly and is able to make the catch. He was in exactly the right spot to catch that bullet for Mauer. 6 down by Enny Romero out of the bullpen following the rain delay, and Matt Andriese going 5 innings. So the bullpen very effective so far today for Kevin Cash as we start at the top of the 8th. Tonkin back out there, was hit hard in the 7th. Was able to fire a first pitch strike to Dickerson. Oh, 2. Well, Tonkin, a former 30th round draft pick back in 2008. Last year really bounced back and forth between Minnesota and AAA Rochester. In fact, 5 different stints in the majors with the Twins. But overall, between the minors and the majors last year, a sub-2 ERA in nearly 60 appearances. And to right field. That'll lead off base hit for Dickerson. So leadoff man reaches each of the last 2 innings since the delay, facing Tonkin. We take a look at our Budweiser game summary so far, and it's been all about the long ball. No surprise. You see Souza, Longoria, Morrison was the most recent, and then Nunez for the Twins, another couple of hits, entered today 5th in the American League in average.
Well, he's done his part. Twins took an early lead. The Rays answered. It was back and forth for a while, and now it's just been the Rays adding on, all via the long ball. It's been the story of their season and the story of the afternoon.
All 7 runs. Productive day for Souza so far. Tonkin's 0-1, and it makes it 0-2.
The 2 best pitches we've seen Tonkin throw in his outing. 2 good fastballs right to the outside corner. Too many of the pitches, whether it's the breaking ball or the fastball, have caught a lot of plate. The Rays have put some good swings on those pitches.
Blows it past him at 94. So Souza pretty quickly disposed of, 1 out.
A couple of those fastballs on the outside corner, and then Tonkin's going to go ahead and climb the ladder right here. 94, gets it above the swing of Souza Jr. for the first out.
I mentioned the home runs by the Rays today. This is already their 4th game with 4 home runs. Their season high is 5. Last year they had only 2 games with 4 homers. You can tell much different look to this lineup this year in terms of what they're doing, how they're scoring their runs.
What you mentioned earlier in the game too, the depth of the home run threat. So many guys able to hit the ball out of the ballpark. That gives them a chance to do it.
Well, Longoria, the only man with 10 or more homers. I take that back. Souza hit his 10th today, so you can put 2 on that list. Off the hands and foul. Morrison going out to straightaway center. He's homered now in back-to-back games. Entered this series with 3 homers, now has 5 on the year. Mott took a walk, a single, and a strikeout today. Taking some time here. Time call. Inside, that moves his feet.
How did it miss him? That ball, arm side run from Tonkin, just continued to track Mikey Matuk, and how he did not get hit by this pitch. Whew.
Now Tonkin has been having a rough go since taking over here in the 7th, now in the 8th. 4 hits. A warning track out off the bat of Longoria. As the count pushes full. Conger, the home run earlier, back in the 3rd. His 2nd of the year is on deck.
This Rays offense here this afternoon has just not let up. 2 different points in the ball game. We're trailing, continued to battle. They've scored in 4 of the 7 innings so far.
Slicing to Kepler, able to make a chest-high squeeze and throws a dart back to first to double up Dickerson. That wasn't close. Despite a leadoff single, the side retired in order. One of the world's biggest soccer tournaments, featuring some of the most famous stars on the planet, and the action continues tonight as Douglas Costa leads perennial powerhouse Brazil against Ecuador at 10 p.m. Eastern on FS1. The Copa America Centenario is all month long across the networks of Fox Sports, or you can watch the entire tournament on Fox Sports Go. And BA, it sounds like that's exactly what you'll be doing.
You know what? I will be doing that, and I'll tell you, the United States off to a sluggish start. You know, the tournament on their home turf, and they drop a 2-0 ball game to Colombia, so they've got their work cut out for them. They want to make it.
Very emotional about this.
It's early, but it's a tough setback.
Meanwhile, Sturdivant, our new pitcher.
Time around for the 6th time.
Taking over for Eddie Romero, who was fantastic. Romero 6 up, 6 down, tied a career high with 3 punch-outs.
Well, listen, he had his stuff working today. You know, the fastball was there, the slider was there, and that makes all the difference in the world for Eddie Romero.
The 0-1 to Dozier. Ruled a strike to make it 0-2. Dozier's driven in 2 of the Twins' 3 runs today, including an opposite field double with 2 strikes against him. That would have made Paul Molitor happy.
There's no doubt about it. That was one of the things that, you know, he was talking about Brian Dozier and his continuing maturation as a hitter sometimes becomes a little too pull conscious, and that's fine. You know, if you're a guy that can hit the ball at the ballpark and you have that up to 2 strikes, but then that two-strike approach to be able to hit the ball the other way, and that's what he did to drive in a run.
On a late hop. Beckham able to handle that easily.
Say that one got a little too close for comfort. That ball hit hard. It got into that midsection. What are you going to do? There's no getting out of the way of that one.
Right at him. One out for Blue. Now Sturdivant, who made his major league debut near the end of last month, has been very efficient recently in his last three outings rather. No more than 10 pitches to get 3 outs.
Make them count.
Parts of 7 seasons in the minors. His first 6 with the Indian system. On roster invitee to spring. And now finds himself up in the big leagues for the first time. A squibber in past first base. Logan Morrison having to run a long way for it over in the shift. Plouffe going in for second. The tag by Beckham, and he's out.
What a play. What hustle by Steven Souza Jr. out in right field. Not expecting that ball to be hit there. I'm sure Paul Molitor is waiting for the phone call to let him know if he should challenge this. But the effort to get there and the spin and the throw, not expecting this. A little cue shot off the end of the bat.
Look how far Souza was.
Yeah, he's not even in the picture yet. But look at, he doesn't even think. Turn and fire.
Wow.
And Beckham then gets the tag. Let's see, this is going to be close, close, close. I don't think that you can overturn that. That's where you were talking about the call on the field sets a high bar.
Sets the stage.
Have to clear it. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you're right, BA. Not only for Souza to get there, as this will not be challenged. Not only for Souza to cover the ground, but then he held onto that ball for a fraction of a second.
He knew where second base was. You know, from playing right field and where he got over there. Here's the tag by Tim Beckham, able to get it to right to the belt before that foot came in. But you're right. He just instinctively knows where second base is. Did not pick it up with his eyes. He just spun and threw to a spot.
And nobody more surprised than Trevor Plouffe. Take a wider look as to where Souza was.
And just watch. He does not pick up second base. Get it, throw it. Great effort.
Incredible. 2 outs, nobody on. Grossman fouls it off. Grossman a rare 0 for 3 so far. He's reached base in 13 of his first 14 games in a Twins uniform. Three and one. And if Grossman can reach, Park is on deck. This series right now tied up a game apiece. Twins winning Thursday in game 1. Rays winning last night 4-2. A game that was tied in the 8th inning. And a 2-out walk. So Grossman reaches base. First walk today by the Rays bullpen. That'll bring in Park with 2 outs. First walk of the season by Sturdivant. We were talking earlier about Park's home runs this year. He has 9 homers. That's tied for the American League lead among rookies. Nomar Mazara, who has cleaned up shop back-to-back AL Rookie of the Month awards, April and May, also has 9. But 6 of those 9 homers for Park came in the first month of the season.
Well, that's making a splash. You know, typically when you get called up to the big leagues from minor leagues, or even coming from South Korea like Young-Ho Park did, guys are going to pitch you, you know, according to the book. You know, fastballs down and away, breaking ball off the plate, occasionally stand you up, maybe climb the ladder here or there, until they find out what your strengths and weaknesses are. And he took advantage of that. Popped some things out. All of a sudden, you start to find where the holes are. Now they're being exploited more and more.
Rolls over this to Longoria. Easy throw out at third base. A runner left, and we're through 8 innings. We start at the top of the 9th inning, and we'll take a look at our Gatorade Frost Pool under pressure as we just saw Evan Longoria has tied a career best home runs in 3 straight games, BA, every game of the series so far.
Well, you just can't talk enough about what he's been able to do. His strike zone discipline, he's not chasing balls out over the plate, he's not missing, and they're going for extra bases, they're driving runs in, they're leaving the yard.
Now, the one he hit today, you can see their second deck crushed. That was his 12th of the season. Conger leads off the top of the 9th inning, facing Buddy Boshiers.
You got to root for this guy just based on the name. Buddy Boshiers.
Conger lifts it high to right center. Kepler looking up, and it's off the wall. Nice day for Conger, and if not for that tall wall, would have had his second home run.
And getting to hit right-handed, which does not happen very often for Hank Conger. He only had 3 at-bats coming into this one from the right side, and guess what? The last one came against Andrew Miller. That's hardly fair.
Not fair at all.
No. He's like, you know what? Let me take advantage of this fastball, a little lift and separate to right center field, and up and off the wall. High off the wall.
Brings in Tim Beckham. Showing bunt, looking at a ball. Now Beckham was single back in the 7th and was picked off at first. Boshear's making just his third relief appearance for the Twins this year. Pitched an inning and 2/3 scoreless Tuesday in Oakland. Was pitching in Indy League ball last year in the Atlantic League for the Somerset Patriots. Was the league's reliever of the year, just a 1 ERA and 54 innings worth of work. Began the season with AAA Rochester. And for Boshear's his first time back in the big league since 2013 when he was with the Angels. Was roughed up in about 25 games.
Well, you got to love the willingness to go to independent baseball, just not ready to give it up yet. Still feel like you have more to give.
Another high slicing ball to Kepler in right field. 1 out. When you think about guys who spent time in the independent leagues who are making an impact this year, think a little bit about Rich Hill. Rich Hill, who has been one of the best starting pitchers in the American League this year, signing that 1-year deal with the A's. Last season was pitching on the East Coast in independent league ball, and this year the Red Sox are wishing they had him back in Boston. With the way that rotation's been, he's been fantastic.
You know, the Rays got a chance to see him last season at the end of the year, and he was, I mean, he was just fantastic.
He was double-digit strikeouts in 4 straight starts.
He was tremendous, well-deserved, and you just love the determination of those guys, just not willing to give it up yet.
Grossman, medium depth. Out number 2 off the bat of Brad Miller. Miller doubled and scored in the 7th. Flies out here for out number 2 in the 9th inning. Conger, the wall ball double, stands in scoring position for Evan Longoria. For Longoria, now an 8-game hitting streak. As we mentioned, he's homered in all 3 games of this series. And tomorrow he'll have a chance to do something he's never done. That is homer in 4 straight games. And well, they've seen enough, Evan Longoria. Watch out. Far off the mark. And Conger stays put.
Well, and you know what? We've heard you talk about some of the maybe potential rule changes, raising the strike zone, automatic intentional walk. This is the argument against it. That's a baseball play. And Hank Conger gets a little lax out there, and as that ball bounces away, a little too late now as it tracks over towards third base. But that's the argument against the automatic intentional walk.
Well, the next one not good either.
Used to have to practice and work on these at the end of a bullpen session in spring training.
Did you really?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you would finish the spring training bullpen, and they would, every now and then, okay, let's work on. Maybe that was just me. Maybe they thought I was going to be in a lot of trouble, and they didn't want me facing guys. I don't know, but I did.
He's our intentional walk guy. Glad to have you with us here in the top of the 9th inning. Aaron Goldsmith, Brian Anderson. Game 3 of this series. Twins and Rays from Target Field. We had a 70-minute rain delay, which has pushed things back a little bit. First and second for Logan Morrison, 2 outs. Morrison with an enormous home run to straightaway center field his last at bat. That was in the 7th.
I'm reading 438. That's a shot.
Could believe that easily. Out to the batter's eye. This was just a couple of innings ago.
Boy, he was able to catch a hanging slider that he got extension on and lifted that out to center field. 4th home run of the day for the Rays.
2 outs, 2 on, 2 strikes to Morrison. And you can see Morrison look up to the skies and give a salute. He does that after every home run. His father Tom was a long-time member of the Coast Guard, 25 years, and sadly passed away because of lung cancer despite being a non-smoker. And his father has since been buried at Leavenworth National Cemetery in Kansas, where Morrison has roots. So after every home run, a salute to his past father. As Logan is not pleased with the location of that pitch and the call. 2 stranded. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Here today for the Rays for the 4th time this year, and a couple of the guys who went deep. Evan Longoria, his 12th. Logan Morrison, a 2-run shot in the 7th, his 5th. So Morrison has homered in back-to-back games. St. Conger got it all started in the 3rd. Souza, a 3-run homer to the 2nd deck and left. Well, that's something that really stands out about the home runs as Kepler leads off the bottom of the 9th. Twins down to their final 3 outs. None of those home runs were cheapies, Brian.
No. When you're talking about the guys who hit them, you're talking about Souza Jr. and Evan Longoria, Logan Morrison, when they catch one clean, that is not going to be cheap at all.
Keeps his hands in, yanks this down the right field line, but foul.
Well, that's the way the Rays have been swinging the bats this season. They are attacking the baseball. It's led to a high number of strikeouts, no question about it. Kevin Cash would like to see them cut down on that number, especially in situations where moving the baseball moves runners. But you appreciate their aggressiveness, and they hold nothing back.
One and two. Well, the Twins are in danger of having their 26th game of the year, scoring 3 runs or fewer.
Tough to win.
They have won just 1 of the previous on the season. Matuk has all day. 2 outs to go for the Twins. Meanwhile, Sturdivant working over an inning for the first time in his young career.
This really helps out Kevin Cash if he's able to close out this game by going to Romero for multiple innings and Sturdivant for multiple innings. Save the rest of the bullpen, keep them fresh for the ball game tomorrow and the rest of the road trip. You know, the Rays are in a part of their schedule right now where they've got 20 straight games, so the bullpen is going to be taxed and used. You could save some arms, keep them fresh for the next day, the next couple of days. It's a big lift.
Cash, the former big league catcher. Dickerson chasing after it, but a strike, 1-1. Foul ball.
It's also nice to have a couple of guys coming out of the bullpen that you know can give you multiple innings. You know, Rasmo Ramirez is a guy that you know can give you, like, just about a week and a half ago, he went 54 pitches in an outing. Sturdivant working in the second inning. Romero's already given you 2. Colomé, a 5-out save last night.
Takes him down with it. 1-2.
That caught him flush. Oh, that's right off the inside of that shin, and there is no protection down there.
Colomé last night 34 pitches for a 5-out save. He's hanging around just in case. The third time this year that Colomé has locked down a save of at least 5 outs. He's done it now each of the first 3 months of the season.
And last night he had to work. He had to face 10 hitters. Started off by striking out Brian Dozier. Finished his outing by getting him to fly out to end the game.
The 1-2. 2 outs.
Nasty finish on that pitch. Whole key to a good finishing pitch, especially off speed. In the zone, presented as a strike. Now I start my swing and it bottoms out. Keep it in the strike zone as long as you can. A hitter has to commit with 2 strikes, and then the ball disappears. Tremendous pitch.
Last hope for the Twins is Byron Buxton. Well, the Rays are an out away for winning back-to-back games for the first time in 6 series.
Hard to believe.
First time since a 3-game sweep in Toronto.
Boy, that was a series you wondered who was going to get anybody on this team out. They swept the Toronto Blue Jays 3-0 and outscored them 31-7. They went into that series
at Rogers Center.
At Rogers Center, facing J. Happ and Marcus Stroman the first 2 games, both undefeated at the time. And in those 2 games, scored 25 runs.
Way over Beckham's head. A broken bat single, so Buxton a 2-hit day. And he keeps the hopes alive of the Twins. So Colomé still getting loose. As the pitching coach Jim Hickey wants to have a word.
It'll be interesting to see, how Alex Colomé plays this, because the Twins have no wiggle room. They've got to continue to get guys on base, and if they do that, all of a sudden you look at the grand slam possibility. You look at, Brian Dozier would be the guy coming up in that spot. A lot of power, so Alex Colomé's got a couple of hitters to get ready, but how quickly do you ramp it up here with 2 outs? A lot of it will depend, well, on this at bat, the first couple pitches even.
And tying run in the hole right now.
Especially because you've already used your visit this half. No more ways to delay the game.
You're right. Now Buxton into second base. Difference there with 2 outs, and ball 1 to Nunez, looking for his 3rd hit of the day. Has scored both times he's reached base. Now has 19 hits in his last 10 games. 2-0. This game got derailed for a little bit. A 70-minute rain delay as we were entering the bottom of the 6th inning. Aim for some extra time at the clubhouse for Kevin Cash. Paul Molitor, both sides. Pours in a strike to make it 2-1. It has been 4 Rays homers to give Tampa Bay a 7-3 lead. Twins have not scored since the 3rd inning. Now 3-1. Bauer on deck. Had a hard line out to Souza in right field his last at bat. Now Sturdivant needs just one more out to close the book. Buxton behind him at second. Again the opposite way. Full count.
Nice catch with a hat.
Now they're giving him away for free today. Twins cap day.
Put him to use. Just don't lose the coupon on top. Very important. Yeah, that's not a fashion statement. That is a legitimate coupon.
There's a reason it's there. 2 outs. Buxton at second. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Nunez. Entered today with the 5th highest average in the American League. A lot of coupons. Some fans sticking it out even through the rain delay. Even with the Twins losing here inside Target Field. All set to do it again. Again, the payoff pitch. This series will wrap up tomorrow. It'll be Tyler Duffy versus Drew Smyly in the finale of this set. 4-game series. Which the Rays are not away from taking a 2-1 lead. Congress setting up a wave for the 3-2. Souza giving chase. Logan Morrison there as well, and it's into the seats, and another catch in the hat. Well, got deked.
Right into the paw.
That's the place to be sitting right
I was
now.
going to say a late splurge right there. Souvenirs. That's why you stick it out.
Twins are an out away from falling to 16 and 39. This time Conger off at the mask. And Nunez just spread on the wealth now. That's why you stick around.
And you bring the glove. And you have the rally hat. Got it all.
It's all part of the equation. Next pitch will be number 10 coming the way of Nunez. Buxton the runner at second. And the game continues as Nunez takes ball for a 10-pitch plate appearance. And he keeps the line moving for the Twins. It'll bring in Bauer.
Yeah, decision time here for Kevin Cash, and no movement yet. This fastball, tough battle both ways, dropping just below the zone, and that's going to be it.
So we've got a pitching change. 2 outs, 2 on. Rays homers have given right now the Rays a 7-3 lead, but things all of a sudden getting interesting here in the bottom of the ninth as Alex Colomé, who picked up a 34-pitch, 5-out save last night, gets called on here with 2 outs and 2 on to the bottom of the ninth inning.
Well, Kevin Cash would have liked to have avoided this. However, given who's up and the situation, you got to go to him. It's the only move. The potential tying run in the on-deck circle and the very dangerous Joe Mauer at the plate.
Mauer 0 for 4 lifetime against Colomé. The 0-1. 0-2 as Conger keeps it within an arm's reach. Colomé had never picked up a save at any level in his career until this season. Now he's got 13 on the year.
But the depth on that slider. 13 straight for the Rays. He, filling in for Brad Boxberger, who started the season on the disabled list. And really, even at the beginning of the year, Kevin Cash would not call him the closer. So he's going to get a lot of those opportunities, but we're going to go kind of by committee. But he has just taken a stranglehold of that job through his performance.
On a line and a foul ball.
Logan Morrison blew that thing foul. Playing right on the line there. Just pushing foul. No room to get it by him. See him right there, and he's actually cheating that way. Pushes it a couple feet foul.
2 outs and 2 on. Colomé trying to pick up his 14th save of the season and saves in back-to-back nights. Once more the 0-2. Out to center, and this drops in well in front of Matuk. It brings in Buxton, who reached on the single, and the Twins have crept a run closer. Bauer an RBI base hit. His second RBI here today, 7-4.
Just playing Pepper out in center, left center field. Documented it all afternoon how good Joe Mauer is going the other way. Look at how it just stays down on that baseball. It's down and away, meant to be down and in. And just slaps it out there, and that gives the Twins this chance.
So Dozier now the tying run. Almost a repeat of what happened last night. First pitch foul. Dozier having one of his best performances in a while. A couple of hits, 2 RBIs as well, including an RBI double the opposite way. His first multi-hit game since May 10th, a span of 20 games. And one big swing ties this up. 1-1. How much fatigue do you think right now for Colomé after 34 pitches last night?
None.
None.
No, this is adrenaline. No, I mean, if he's ready to go and he's in there, now he may feel fatigue after this game, certainly tomorrow, but right now, knowing what's at stake, he feels nothing.
Jammed him. And Colomé a strike away. Colomé spent some time last year in the rotation. Molitor hoping for a 9th inning comeback. Dozier behind 1-2. He is the tying run. There he goes, and that's your ball game. Colomé picks up the save in back-to-back games, and the Rays have won back-to-back games for the first time, Brian, in 6 series.
Well, it took a late comeback last night, not a late comeback, but a tie ball game late, score some runs, and then a comeback 2 different times today. It has not been easy for this ball club. It has not been going easily for the Twins either, but the Rays brought out the big bats here this afternoon, and 4 home runs later, they walk out 7-4 victors.
Conger, Souza, Morrison, Longoria, all going deep. All 7 runs for the Rays here this afternoon, coming on homers, which should surprise none of us. Now, the Rays have won back-to-back games. They've got a chance for a rare 4-game road series win when this series wraps up tomorrow here from Target Field. For Brian Anderson and our entire FS1 crew, I'm Aaron Goldsmith. So glad you could join us, and so long from Target Field.